go to a store and go down with friends. You then go to a store and rent at the same time. So I went to a store and rent you can lie. You lie because you told me I went inside house mark. You go, I go down my stuff. And you go to something else at the same time. Then I go to this. It's all the one. And then just 2 days ago, you go back into the one at 535. I can see you walking down 535. So you walk into business, you get a couple drinks, you get whatever. I don't even smoke. What am I doing with my life? I don't even smoke. I've never touched a day in my life.
One of the big things that Jeffrey has going against him is that at one of the robberies, the cashier didn't know how to open the register without someone being purchased first. The robbery suspect then reaches over the counter and he shows the cashier how to open the register.
Tell me what person knows how to open a cash register at 7-Eleven. There are buttons on the register to show you. So obviously you know how to do that. I work there. You know I know how to do that. I work there. And you worked at the store for it. I worked at all the registers are the same. They use the same POS system. All of them are the same. So they're all the same. I can tell that this is definitely it's going to come to you no matter what. Because you're so itchy, you keep wiping your face, doing all this. Because I have some, I itch. That's your body. Like, no, it's not my body. I've been itching all my life. My skin is dry. My legs are dry. I have an itching problem. That's why I'm doing it. That's why it's not 50 anymore. At 7-Eleven. So, of course, I know how to open the register. So, just because I used to work in that location, just because I was there, now I robbed the place because I was there. I mean, of course, he's going to remember me. He hired me. I used to work. So, give me a favor, Trevor, for a second. Put yourself in our shoes. Put yourself in our shoes for a second. We have 5 different 7-Eleven robberies, all done by the same person, wearing the same clothing. Where the car's seen, phone records are seen, yada, yada, yada. I'm not going to go on. But yet, the person who we're told that matches the description is a previous employee. What are the odds? Like, literally, what are the odds? Like, if that's the case, I'm going to get $1 million because this is, there's no run for it. There's zero run for it. No. This is your chance, Jeffrey, to get ahead of this. I know you don't want to go back to prison. You don't want to go back to prison, sir. If you can keep coming up with these crazy outlandish stories about meeting people, you don't remember where you are. But we know that. You, just because I'm driving in here, it's not driving. Just because I'm driving in an area. Yeah, we're driving. We're done driving. Okay, so now I'm saying that. Let me ask you this. Was it done your thing? I didn't have a gun. I don't know what you're talking about. I've never owned a gun. I don't know what you're talking about. You're saying that I robbed someone. I did not rob people. I did not rob anybody. Just because you can yell and all this conviction, that's only you trying to cover up your lies. I'm not covering up anything. I'm not covering up anything. So if I were to ask, because I used to work for a guy, he's never done anything to me. I have no reason to rob him. Then why would you back to the store and take money from the cash register? I didn't rob any. I didn't take money from any register. Do you believe that money is owed to you? I did not take any money. That doesn't answer the question. Do you believe that money is owed to you? He doesn't owe me anything because he paid me upon the work that I did when I was there. So when's the last time you worked at any of these stores? Other than the store you were arrested at that? Months ago. I never worked at the dispensary store. I never worked at the Altamont store. And I don't, the Red Bug Lake Road store is owned by his brother, but I don't remember ever working there. It was the store I worked at the most was the one on Poplar Vine, and then the one on Longwood Lake there. Those are also his stores. Those are the stores I worked at, and the one that I'm at now. But as far as Altamont, as far as Lake Mary, I've never worked at those stores. So you don't remember if you worked at Red Bug? I don't remember if I worked at Red Bug. I suddenly not remember if they worked at that location. I'm pretty sure I can tell you all the jobs that I worked in my life. Well, because I know for a fact that I worked at the Poplar Vine. I worked at the store you currently got me at. That's my home store. And I worked at the Longwood Lake Mary. Because at the time, he had me. So is it possible he worked at the regular store? Not that I'm aware of. Tell us how the picture I showed you is not you. Tell me how that is not you. Tell us how this is, well, you already said this is your car. Tell us though. Explain to us how the person that's going into this is not you. Tell me how that is me. Because of the size? Because of the size, the locations, the size, the phone records, the cars, your clothing in the car that matches the surveillance video. What was the clothing I was in the box? The gloves, the red mask, and the backpack. Okay, the gloves. As I said, you already explained that. You don't care where it came from. Jeffrey, you're a terrible liar. Get over it. I'm just we're having an adult conversation here. As an adult that's been through life, you realize lying doesn't get you far. I understand. So that's obviously not got me very far at this point. Because I have a pair of gloves and a mask in my car. I went inside the store. I robbed somebody. I just said that. They say this is your brain trying to. No, I'm just going over all this stuff. Just obviously, I robbed the guy. I never did anything to me. I never had any bad luck or ability to work. So I went inside the store. I robbed 5 stores. I went inside 5 stores and robbed. And by the way, this is me being sarcastic. This is me being right now. And you're a little bit more serious than to be sarcastic. Like you're being accused. Not only is this 5 crimes, this potentially you could have federal prison. Federal prison 5. So 5 times 7 years is the minimum mandatory for a robbery to a business in the federal system. 5 times 7. That's 35. Yeah, it's 35 years. I understand. With your record, that doesn't look good, bro. So this isn't a time to be sarcastic. This isn't a time to do any of that. This could potentially be a federal investigation. This is not dealing with the 9th Judicial Circuit. This is dealing with the Middle District of the United States, of America. I understand. So this is no time to be sarcastic. And I'm not sitting here being sarcastic. I'm saying being lying. I'm not sitting here being funny. Just because I was in this area, just because at times at 5 different robberies occurred at 5 different locations.
The detectives explained to Jeffrey that whenever he is answering questions pertaining to the robbery investigation, he appears lost and insecure. But when he is answering questions he has no need to lie about, he is confident and direct.
Tell us what you've done this entire interview. I'm stopping you with the answer to that you're not trying to hide the answer. I'm not hiding anything. I have with every time that we ask you a question regarding all 5 of these specifics, you ultimately immediately repeat the question, which is a tale of your brain trying to catch up to tell you how to answer that question because you know it's going to be coming out a lie. That I know because that's body science. That's your brain trying to formulate something. When he asks you, hey, how much money do you have here? What, a couple hundred? Hey, what revenue? Never once do you say, oh, how much money do I have in my account? It was, I have this, or I took this, or I had a girl in here, I did this. But anytime he asks you something else, your tone immediately changes and says, well, I mean, yeah, that's that, yeah, and then you're repeating the question that we're asking. That is a tell of lying. So you're telling me that I robbed 5 7 months. So exactly. You just proved my point. I'm telling you, yes, you have robbed 5 7 months. Oh, actually, yes, you robbed 5 different 7-Elevens, one being the same store twice. I get it, man. I get it. Money sucks right now. Money sucks right now, but I work. I don't need to rob people. Oh. Okay. So money sucks right now. Money sucks right now. And just because I work at 7-Eleven, just because I work at 7-Eleven, does not mean I went in 7-Eleven. I said that. If you put the whole puzzle together, like I was telling you, we take these photo pieces, we put them all together. It shows us the story, the picture, what's going on.
unique. Oh my God.
This body cam footage.
In 1912, the Titanic claimed 1,500 lives. In 1912, the Titanic claimed 1,500 lives. In 2023, he claimed 5 more. My name is Dr. Rush. I'm the CEO and founder of OceanGate. Let's take a look at Titan, who was designing a mousetrap for buildings. The submersible vessel which takes people to see the wreck of the Titanic has gone missing in the Atlantic Ocean.
Tonight, an international search operation is underway.
Like the Titanic, it was a disaster just waiting to happen.
I broke into rules to make this. I think I broke in with logic and good engineering behind me.
At some point, safety is a pure waste. Experimental submersible vessel has not been approved or certified by any regulatory body.
He quite literally and figuratively went out with the biggest bang. And he was the last person to murder 2 billionaires.
This dude's crazy.
Stockton was supposedly a very smart boy, a graduate of Princeton University, and the youngest jet transport pilot in the world.
Hey, I wanted to be an astronaut. That's why I got an engineering degree. And I watched Star Trek, Star Wars, all the video, and I wanted to see those alien life forms. And eventually I realized, one, I wasn't going to go to space, and I wasn't going to get to Jupiter or Mars, but I did realize that all the cool stuff that I thought was out there is actually underwater.
Stockton had become an expert in aerospace engineering. He did this in hopes of becoming the first person to set foot on Mars. But unfortunately for Stockton, someone else was likely to beat him to it.
And one day, we will indeed occupy Mars.
And maybe that's why Stockton decided to create the SpaceX of the ocean.
We always called ourselves SpaceX for the oceans. When I first met Stockton, he struck me as a very intelligent person. He also struck me as a very savvy engineer. Elon's doing the same thing in SpaceX, right?
So Stockton's obsession with space quickly became an obsession with the ocean.
And what I wanted to do with the business was just move the needle, get people excited about the ocean, explore the ocean, and discover what was out there.
Stockton's philosophy was simple. Why would we use resources to explore space when we haven't even fully explored Earth and its oceans? There's so much to explore in the ocean, as only 25% has been mapped with modern technology.
There will be a time when people will go to space at much less cost and very regularly. I think the same thing's going to happen going underwater. It's going to get less expensive and much more accessible. That's where we're going to have cities, and that's where people are going to be. They're going to be down there exploring. To me, we'll have cities underwater before we have them up in space.
On the moon?
Yeah.
And this was Stockton's vision, an underwater city that would provide humans with sustainable resources for generations.
If you think about the Earth as really the landmass that we all occupy, then there are 3 planets worth of resources available in the ocean. Minerals, chemicals, biological. It is a vast, huge opportunity.
An opportunity that was being overlooked in favor of space exploration.
Establishing a self-sustaining base on Mars.
The future of mankind is underwater. It's not on Mars. We're not going to have a base on Mars. We'll try and waste a lot of money. We'll have a base underwater because when the sun extinguishes, there will still be hydrocarbon vents, and there will still be those life forms down there living off photosynthesis that don't need the sun. When we trash this planet, the best lifeboat for mankind is underwater.
But getting humans to the bottom of the ocean is a very difficult task. It's dangerous, it's expensive,
Regulatory challenge.
and the current regulations wouldn't allow Stockton to build a submarine that could go deeper than 150 feet.
I think over time, Stockton just realized that the only way we were going to be able to help humanity unlock the secrets of the ocean was to get past the regulations and just prove that it could be done as safely as possible.
At some point, safety just is pure waste. I mean, if you just want to be safe, don't get out of bed. Don't get in your car. Don't do anything.
Yeah.
At some point, you're going to take some risk, and it really is a risk reward question. I said, I think I can do this just as safely by breaking the rules.
So for the next few years, Stockton continued breaking the rules. He'd go on to document his entire journey in 4K, and he'd give lectures on submarine safety along the way.
And one of the things I came up with are the myths. One is that subs are dangerous. In the last 35 years, there hasn't been a serious injury, and there have been over 15 million people going. But they're statistically the safest vehicles on the planet.
Stockton Stockton didn't always have this attitude towards safety. The early days of OceanGate were an entirely different story.
Only after a complete systems test is the OceanGate crew ready to dive.
The company's first sub was a vessel called Antipodes, and it was the perfect test sub for OceanGate.
It's our first sub Antipodes, and we use that as our training sub. 58 inches diameter. It is about 15 feet long.
This sub had already been certified by the American Bureau of Shipping, so there was a very slim chance of it imploding. It was designed to withstand depths of around 1,000 feet, which is impressive, but nowhere near the depth of the Titanic.
This is where the Titanic is on the ocean floor, below 12,500 feet of water.
But OceanGate weren't ready for the Titanic just yet. At this point, they were just a local submarine team, and in the early days, their eyes were set on some lesser-known shipwrecks.
A local submarine team is exploring the wreck of a luxury passenger liner that sank 90 years ago this spring off the coast of Port Townsend.
Today we're doing our third day of diving on the SS Governor.
The SS Governor was located in Washington, and it was often referred to as the area's mini Titanic.
The Governor was a luxury liner that was on its way from San Francisco to Seattle on April 1st, 1921. Shortly after midnight, it collided with a freighter. 8 of the 240 people on board went down with the ship.
For years, there have been rumors that it went down with a loaded safe.
The safe, the infamous safe.
That safe is believed to contain around $4 million worth of gold coins. At first, I thought OceanGate was trying to pull off a $4 million submarine heist. You know, just like the opening scene in the first Titanic movie.
It's payday, boys.
But as it turns out, even if they did happen to find the treasure, they would have been forced to hand it over to the man who owns its salvage rights. So I guess OceanGate weren't in this area for profit. They really just wanted to explore the area and test their new sub's capabilities.
The crew of the sub is practicing its approaches to the Governor in 240 feet of water for a much more dangerous inspection of the Montebello at 900 feet down.
After the mini Titanic, OceanGate would move on to a much deeper shipwreck. Their goal was to ramp up the depths in their dives, one shipwreck at a time.
It's part of our ramp up to a California expedition that we're doing in September to a shipwreck called the SS Montebello.
The Montebello was a U.S. oil tanker that was torpedoed by a Japanese sub off the coast of California during World War II.
The SS Montebello was not another ship holding treasure. In fact, it was quite the opposite.
It went down with an estimated 70,000 barrels of oil on board.
And it's posing a huge environmental threat to California's coastline.
OceanGate wanted to make a name for themselves by preventing this environmental threat, and their plan was to create a 3D map of the wreck using their new sonar technology.
The team is also testing the latest in 2- and 3-dimensional sonar equipment.
And we're taking our sub and our Bluetooth sonar system down there to create a 3D map of that wreck.
Not many people know about these expeditions, but they were a critical part of OceanGate's early days, and after mapping out that oil spill, they were ready for phase 2 of their company's mission.
An historic Washington State tragedy is helping head off a future one down the coast. In Seattle, Gary Chittum, King 5 News.
This local submarine team was taking over the ocean. Stockton increases the budget, and after 130 successful dives, investors were asking the same question. Is this team going to be the next SpaceX? Name of the company, OceanGate Incorporated. It's a cutting-edge, high-tech firm out of the Midwest, awaiting imminent patent approval on their next generation of submersible vehicles. Right now, the stock trades over the counter at 10 cents a share. But with the collaboration of one of hip-hop's biggest stars, our analysts indicate it could go a hell of a lot higher than that.
At the beat like you give a little speed to a big white shot. Tonight, I'm taking the show of a lifetime. The opening act, ratfish, dogfish, electric fire. The main attraction, the adventure of a lifetime, is a bizarre king of the deep. Normally, I'm the one on stage, but tonight, I'm in the audience, and this is my backstage pass. My name is Brett Haggerty, better known as Macklemore.
Macklemore was on top of the world in 2014. It was the year he won 4 Grammy Awards.
And the Grammy goes to Macklemore and Ryan Lewis.
But his most underrated win that year was his collaboration with Stockton Rush.
We're gonna find sharks.
The pair would team up in search of the incredibly rare 6-gill shark, a trait that was very uncommon amongst most shark species.
What is the probability that we will see a shark today? Somewhere between 0 and 100.
Macklemore had been a fan of sharks his entire life, and he was pretty skeptical that Stockton would find a shark as rare as the 6-gill.
If we don't see a shark, you'll buy me. A shark. No one. A baby shark. That's a deal. Okay.
But little did he know, they would find a shark. In that yellow submarine, under 400 feet of water, Stockton and Macklemore were going to create memories that would last forever.
Oh my God!
6-gill. I'll tell you folks, we have a 6-gill at the viewport. Very exciting. Didn't think it was gonna happen. Pulled it out. Our mission is complete. It has been an unbelievable experience, something that I will absolutely never forget. That was awesome. And it's made me love sharks.
And that was it. That was the business model at the time for OceanGate.
We do guys looking for 6-gill sharks and things like that that are 5,000.
It's a very unusual business.
It's its own category. It's a new type of travel. And eventually, they'd be selling tickets to the Titanic for up to $250,000 a person. However, it wasn't going to be in Antipodes. Remember, this yellow sub was only certified for dives that were 1/12 the depth of the Titanic. And unfortunately for Stockton, you couldn't just buy or rent a sub that was capable of going 12,500 feet. Stockton believed it was the strict laws and regulations that were preventing him from innovating the submersible industry. So he came to the conclusion that he only had one reasonable option remaining: building his own sub.
Initially, we didn't think we were going to build our own subs. We thought we were going to get somebody else to build our subs. The industry standard just wouldn't allow for them to build what we felt we needed and what we thought humanity needed to explore the ocean.
So they did what a lot of companies do. They break the rules and act now, and they ask for forgiveness later. And the name they decided to give their first custom-built sub:
Cyclops, a new manned submersible, now undergoing sea trials.
That's pretty good right there.
It was time to go all in. Stockton was going to ignore the industry's strict rules and regulations. It was time to prove them all wrong.
Cyclops is going to be a very useful tool for any organization, company, or institution that needs to go underwater and perform tasks at depth.
Cyclops is the newest creation of OceanGate, a for-profit private company in partnership with the University of Washington's Applied Physics Laboratory.
We couldn't have done it without that partnership. You know, the Applied Physics Lab has been effectively our engineering partner.
But this wasn't going to be a usual submarine. Stockton wanted to create the most simple and easy-to-use submarine on the market.
Stockton is very interested in being able to quickly train pilots, have pilots be able to come in and use this thing without having to go through weeks of training on there.
Solution? This video game controller.
We use this game controller to drive the sub. First thing is there are two dead man switches. You have to press one of these buttons, and now it's ready to go.
And in 2015, the sub was ready to go. So Stockton organized a big reveal, and the christening ceremony was set to begin.
Okay, on behalf of the whole OceanGate team and all the team members who are here tonight, I'm christening Cyclops.
So all of our test program has been about incremental testing. We started over 2 years ago with Cyclops 1. Out here, this is really focused on one thing, and that's the pressure vessel, and making sure that that component is safe and capable of handling depths down to 4,000 meters repeatedly.
I feel so lucky I got to do one dive while the Cyclops was here.
But Cyclops wasn't the final product. Cyclops 2 began development a few years later, although Stockton didn't like that name very much. So they rebranded to Titan.
Hi, my name is Stockton Rush. I'm the CEO and founder of OceanGate. Let's take a look at Titan.
If you thought Cyclops was simplistic, just wait till you see its successor.
It's got one button. That's it. We have our control screen here, our sonar screen here, and we can put any image we want in the back.
It's one of the only subs that can hold 5 people. It's also the only one with a toilet.
Sort of.
There were some parts that kind of looked like they held together.
And yet, I couldn't help noticing how many pieces of this sub seemed improvised.
We can use these off-the-shelf components. I got these from Camper World. We run the whole thing with this game controller.
Come on!
And so what people laugh, Titan was fully operational in just a few years, and it was all made possible with the leadership of Stockton Rush.
I think you did it, Stockton.
There's some luck here.
As days became months, and months became years, that little sub was passing every test imaginable.
This is why you want your pilot to be an engineer.
He believed that building this sub would help him unlock the secrets of the ocean. But Stockton wasn't building his own submarine. He was building his own coffin.
It's a miracle it can do what it does. When you look at it there, because when you look at it, it's very small. It looks like put together a piece of string, but it's not, obviously.
We can scale to multiple vehicles relatively quickly because we've used commercially off-the-shelf products for almost everything we do. We can bring additional vessels online in a matter of months as opposed to years or decades.
So Stockton plans to create even more low-budget submersibles. And soon enough, he was going to have his own fleet of submarines. The only question being, were they safe?
Absolutely fucking not. I'd like to be remembered as an innovator. I think it was General MacArthur said, "You're remembered for the rules you break." And I've broken some rules to make this. I think I've broken them with logic and good engineering behind me. Carbon fiber, titanium. There's a rule you don't do that. Well, I did.
The most controversial feature of Titan was its carbon fiber hull. This was considered controversial because the industry standard material was titanium.
Engineers zero in on titanium, a super strong and lightweight material that will allow deep-sea vehicles to reach the Titanic. It is with this material that today's most inventive submarine builders continue to push technology forward to penetrate the ocean's deepest regions.
But Stockton didn't like titanium. He believed carbon fiber was the better material.
Carbon fiber is 3 times better on a strength to buoyancy basis than titanium. And underwater, that's true. It's not strength to weight, it's strength to buoyancy. And yet, no one had done that.
Titan was able to skirt the law by operating in international waters. And although it passed multiple test dives, many believed the carbon fiber hull was slowly being damaged over time.
If the sub passed its pressure test, it wasn't going to fail on the first time, but it's going to fail over time. It might fail on dive 7, which is in cities. You don't get that with steel with titanium.
Carbon
carbon fiber is a great material, better than titanium, it's better than a lot of other materials.
When I started the business, old-timers in the industry told me I was nuts. They continue to tell me that.
So Stockton continued operating his carbon fiber sub, recording the entire assembly process along the way.
Oh yeah, so that will be the pressure vessel for Cyclops 2. It will go to 4,000 meters, be the deepest diving carbon fiber sub ever built. So it goes to 4,000 meters, we'll be the only one out there. I'm going to be the first guy in the sub, so we will see. It's pretty simple, but if we mess it up, there's not a lot of recovery.
With his goal being to explore the bottom of the ocean, you'd reasonably expect some sort of certification from a third-party agency. However, Titan was never certified by any regulatory body, and that's because Stockton believed that these agencies were
Over the top in their rules and regulations, but they had nothing with carbon fiber. So we had to go out and work on that. And one of the things I learned is, when you're outside the box, it's really hard to tell how far outside the box you really are. And we were pretty far out there. So we have a carbon fiber hull.
His thoughts about breaking the rules is really about thinking outside the box and coming up with innovative solutions.
I mean, anything when you're trying something outside the box, people inside the box think you're nuts. Same thing when Elon Musk was doing SpaceX. Inside the box, everything's scary.
Titan continued to pass every test that Stockton could throw at it, and eventually, Titan needed a new milestone, a new goal to reach. So can you guess where it was headed next?
The goal was, where do you want to go in the ocean? What is the most known site in the ocean? And it's clearly the Titanic.
Ah yes, the Titanic. She really was the most beautiful ship in the world, said to be unsinkable, but destined to go down on her maiden voyage. The Titanic has been a symbol of excessive confidence for over a century, and together with the irony of OceanGate's failed expedition, it'll probably remain relevant for another 100 years. Why would anyone risk their life to see such an ancient shipwreck? Well, Titanic was the highest-grossing film for many years, and on top of that, James Cameron, the director of that movie, he completed his own expedition to obtain real cinematic footage.
I actually made the film because I wanted to go and dive to the Titanic wreck, and then I had to make this movie. Okay, all right, I'll make the movie. And then that worked out well, and so then I could afford to go some more. There was this powerful, almost magnetic attraction to find out what's down there. Titanic sort of is like a black hole. It sucks you in.
And the next person to be sucked into this black hole was, of course,
So the Titanic is just such a huge draw.
It became a must-do dive. I read an article that said there are 3 words in the English language that are known throughout the planet, and that's Coca-Cola, God, and Titanic.
if you ever watched the 1997 movie, you'd know it's a combination of both history and fiction. The film centers around the fictional love triangle of Rose, Jack, and Caledon, and when shit hits the fan, we'd get to see the characters' true colors.
Damn! Cut her rat!
I'd rather be his than your wife.
But remember, this story was just fictional. However, on the other side of the ship, we get a glimpse of the story that kicks off our sequel, Titanic 2.
Please, Ida, get into the boat. No!
This is Isidore and Ida Strauss, 2 passengers who were actually on board the Titanic in 1912. Their tale is well documented and has been recreated in various films and musicals.
We've been together for 40 years, and where you go, I go. Don't argue with me, Isidore. You know it does no good.
Isidore and Ida would go down with the ship in 1912, but not before having a number of descendants, one of them being the communications director at OceanGate, and who also just so happened to be married to a man named Stockton. And maybe that's why Stockton was so obsessed with continuously going down to the Titanic.
Our goal is to go back to the Titanic year after year, scan it with sonar, and document the wreck and its decay, and discover what we can discover.
And so the stage was set for the adventure of a lifetime. But Stockton couldn't fund these expeditions on his own, so he began advertising his once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to the public. And the now-deleted promotional video was set to be released.
OceanGate Expeditions offers you the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be a specially trained crew member safely diving to the Titanic wreckage site. Get ready for what Jules Verne could only imagine, a 12,500-foot journey to the bottom of the sea. It's the OceanGate Titanic experience.
We partnered with aerospace experts at the University of Washington, NASA, and Boeing on the design of our hull.
It's very well engineered and very safe, and the team is very focused on safety first.
Not 1 second of me experiencing anything from OceanGate have I ever felt
I'm
like.
sorry.
Come join us on our next expedition. Don't miss the opportunity to be part of history. The OceanGate Titanic experience. There's truly nothing else like it.
But this wasn't just another episode of Black Mirror, nor was it an episode of The Twilight Zone. This was reality, and although quite a few people were eager to get themselves a ticket, there was still one question that remained.
What's the level of danger with this type of expedition?
Well, surprisingly, the safest part of the expedition will be the submarine part.
In the last 35 years, there hasn't been an injury on a commercial, private sub, although there have been over 15 million people going them. Going to sea is intrinsically a risky activity, but we're doing everything we can to make sure that it's as safe and comfortable as possible.
Stockton went on quite a few media runs during this period, with the goal of highlighting OceanGate's mission.
Our rule is we risk capital, we don't risk people.
The media coverage before the incident flaunted a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
It looks like there are these rust formations. That's actually what's left over from the bacteria that's consuming it at a huge rate.
Really? So we may not be able to see a ever so go to a submersible now.
Finally, the crew seems to foster a culture of safety. There were checklists, inspections before and after every dive, and a 3 strikes rule. If 3 things seemed out of the ordinary, no matter how minor, they'd cancel the dive.
But the media coverage after Titan's implosion was an entirely different story.
Everyone I know keeps asking me the same question. Why would you get on that dangerous sub?
A 60-minute special identifying over 30 members of the marital community who warned Stockton about Titan's safety procedures, and a chief submersible pilot who was fired and subsequently sued for speaking out against OceanGate.
If someone raised a safety concern, as the chief pilot did, they were not only not listened to, they were silenced.
But with all that being said, if you did manage to get a ticket to the Titan expedition, you can't say that Stockton didn't warn you.
This is an experimental sub. People are informed that it's very dangerous down there. It's an open book here. Do you have any questions about what's going on, about acoustic monitoring, about carbon fiber problems we had, rumors of problems we had, actual problems we had? Feel free to ask. We're happy to show everything. We want everyone going into this fully informed. This is an experimental sub. This is a dangerous environment. It's 6,000 psi. Very few people have been down there, and so we want to make sure that you're going in with an open eye and you understand what's going on. If you don't want to do it at any time, feel free to say, "I want to take a pass." Maybe work something out. Bring in another year or something else. But really want to make sure you're aware of all this.
And as a last-ditch effort to limit their liability, you'd also have to sign OceanGate's waiver.
An experimental submersible vessel that has not been approved or certified by any regulatory body and could result in physical injury, disability, emotional trauma, or death. Where do I sign?
June 18th, 2023, the OceanGate Titanic experience is set to begin. 5 crew members are sealed into the submersible, and so is their fate.
CEO Stockton Rush, businessman Hamish Harding,
French explorer Paul and Renard
Businessman Shazada Darwood and his 19-year-old son Suleiman were on the expedition as part of a Father's Day trip.
Everything was going according to plan.
One of the questions about this is how risky is going in the sub. Turns out, in this expedition, probably the safest thing will be once you're underwater. Once I'm a couple of feet underwater, I know I'm coming back. I know everybody's coming back.
In just under 2 hours, Titan had lost communication with its mothership, but the crew at the surface did not file a missing report for nearly 8 hours. Finally, someone snapped.
All the fucking Coast Guard!
A submersible vessel which takes people to see the wreck of the Titanic has gone missing in the Atlantic Ocean.
Tonight, an international search operation is underway.
We'll continue to put every available asset that we have in an effort to find the Titan and the crew members.
Every news station in the world was in on this story. They brought in experts, former passengers, hell, they even got James Cameron on the line.
Dr. Rush asked me if I wanted to go out there and dive this season. I wasn't interested.
And then came the rumors. A leaked transcript of the crew's final moments and a series of tapping sounds were supposedly heard around Titan's last known location. But of course, both of these rumors were declared fake by the feds.
Tapping sounds ridiculous.
All that was left was a few hours of oxygen and a race against time.
We have just hours of oxygen left, now heightening the race against time to rescue the 5 people inside.
Time was running out. And well, they did end up finding that submarine.
Debris from the Titan has been brought to the surface from the ocean floor. Several pieces of the doomed vessel.
Once the pressure vessel is, you're certain it's not going to collapse on everybody, everything else can fail. Your thrusters can go, your lights can go.
We begin with an urgent search and rescue operation that is currently underway in the Atlantic Ocean.
Oxygen is running out, maybe less than 12 hours left. It's
Nobody had ever made a carbon fiber pressure hull for that depth before.
It has a very unique design, so it certainly when you see it, it's a fairly striking craft.
Everyone's got different opinions on how subs should be designed, how dives should be conducted.
The question here is that do we expose civilians to this type of risk?
There was a lot of concern about this outfit and this.
There was a
name is Will Cohen. I'm the CEO of Hydrospace Group in California, and I'm also the executive director of the World Submarine Organization and the Submarine Committee at the Marine Technology Society. We've been building submarines here in California since 1995, so we're coming on almost 30 years.
My name is Stephen Williams. I'm a professor of marine robotics at the University of Sydney. I've been working in marine robotics for about 25 years.
There are today in the neighborhood of just short of 200 submersibles that are active. The industry is around 60 years old. The first submersibles were built in 1960 to 65, and the best estimate from our database at the moment is that the world has built around 500 submersibles in the last 50 years. It is an international community. Every country has people that have the same endeavor to go and explore. There are currently 9 submersibles in the world that will go to the depth of the Titanic, which is 4,000 meters or deeper.
We can distinguish between scientific expeditions where there's a purpose to go and discover new environments, to map parts of the ocean, to understand life in the oceans, and the more tourist-focused market, which is, it's got to be said, is sort of a nascent thing that people are starting to get interested in. And we can also distinguish between the vehicles that you put people in and remotely operated or autonomous vehicles that are operated without people on board. I think we're seeing an increasing interest in sort of people going into these extreme environments. We're seeing the same thing in sort of the advent of space tourism. People are interested in this, so it's sort of a changing environment.
An American man is braving new depths in sub-aquatic tourism, heading to the bottom of the ocean to explore one of the most famous shipwrecks in history. Chief Executive of OceanGate, Stockton Rush, has designed a custom submarine to take paying clients to the Titanic on research missions. 20 dives are planned in the coming weeks, with scientists and Titanic experts on board. They'll use special sonar and laser equipment to create a high-res 3D image of the wreckage.
The infamous unsinkable Titanic. 110 years after a North Atlantic iceberg sank her, there's evidence the ocean is steadily gnawing away at her wreck. A deep-sea exploration company claims this is the first 8K video of the ship, taken from its submersible on a recent journey down 3.7 kilometres to her resting place, the unmistakable bow, a giant anchor chain, a dislodged boiler, fragments from April 1912, from hubris that let the luxury liner leave Southampton for New York with barely enough lifeboats for half the 2,200 on board. More than 1,500 drowned or froze to death. Among survivors, Eva Hart lived long enough to learn 73 years later the wreck had been found.
It is my father's grave, and I would rather it were left untouched.
Now, the OceanGate expedition team that gathered the new images says they include strong signs of the liner's decay, like the recent collapse of deck railing. They say annual expeditions will track the rate at which the Atlantic is again overwhelming the Titanic.
Hi, my name is Stockton Rush. I'm the CEO and founder of OceanGate. Let's take a look at Titan.
OceanGate came in around 2008. From 2008 to 2023, there's a long history here for OceanGate, how they kind of adapted.
We have our control screen here, our sonar screen here.
Well, they came in with some good ideas and brilliant ideas, and as it went, they were starting to take a left turn, and it's like, well, maybe you don't really want to do that. We'd recommend you do this, and it was definitely a slippery slope, gradually going in until you're finding out, wow, they really are taking a left turn, and in the end they just were openly public about the fact that, oh, we're just ignoring all the rules and we're going to show you.
I got these from Camera World. We run the whole thing with this gate control.
Come on! It seems like this submersible has some elements of MacGyver-y jerry-rigness. I mean, you're putting construction pipes as ballast.
I don't know if I can use that description of it, but there's certain things that you want to be buttoned down. So the pressure vessel is not MacGyver at all, because that's where we work with Boeing and NASA and the University of Washington. Everything else failed. Your thrusters can go, your lights can go, you're still going to be safe.
The scientific community has had a long focus on designing these sorts of vehicles and supporting these sorts of deep-sea operations, and the really fundamental discoveries that we've made in deep ocean science have come from being able to put equipment and tools into deep water environments, and there's challenges associated with that. not least which is the pressure that these sort of vehicles are exposed to when they're at depth.
The material strength is, of course, very important, and that is why a lot of material technology worldwide has been pushed to see what are the best materials to put down. The strongest material that we know of is still steel. Steel is a very special material. People think it's very common, but steel is the strongest material we have out there. Titanium is only 2/3 the strength of steel, but it doesn't corrode and it's a bit lighter, and it's a lot more expensive. So it is about strength. Aerospace has gone to a lot of non-metallic. Certainly all the Boeings and Airbus fuselages are all made out of non-metallic carbon fiber structures. They're much lighter. An airplane, the weight makes a really, really big difference. In submarines, the weight is less of an issue.
One of the big concerns is the possibility of the carbon fiber delaminating. So although you might have a pressure vessel rated for a particular pressure, under repeat cycling, there was concerns, and it seems that this, I think the investigations are still underway, but it seems that you might have salt water penetrating into the carbon fiber, crystallizing and affecting the integrity of the carbon fiber itself.
Research on carbon fiber for submersibles goes back 40 years, and just about everyone has given up on that. One strand of carbon fiber can pull your car. But if you took that same strand of carbon fiber and you try and push a coffee cup with it, it wouldn't help. Carbon fiber is great for pulling, but you can't push with a rope very easily. And that's what you get in submersible. All the pressure from the ocean pushes. It pushes on the carbon fiber. Carbon fiber just doesn't like to be pushed. It likes to be pulled.
It's an unusual choice for a deep sea pressure vessel. OceanGate was involved in some legal proceedings around the use and the testing of the carbon fiber material. There was some pretty serious concern raised both within the organization and from external parties about the design of the platform, the design of the pressure vessel in particular, and some of the materials they were using.
If you want to go forward, you press forward. If you want to go back, you go back. Turn left, turn right, go down, go up.
I knew Stockton really well. There was a money thing, and for sure, there was certainly fame and fortune involved to do something no one else did. I believe Stockton needed to prove something, but everyone in life has something to prove. It's just how you go about it.
This will be one of the great moments of submersibles.
To some extent, he needed, because his father was a big adventurer as well. I mean, big adventure, and they had the money and the means to explore the world. So even as a child, he was exposed to adventures that people have on their bucket list. You know, by the time he was 15, he'd done them all. There was a certain sense where he had to be even a bigger explorer than his dad. It's a general epidemic out there for young people. The very dangerous things that float around, like fake it until you make it. The whole idea of technology disruptor. Well, technology disruptor is fine if you're making an app or a computer game. It's different if you're making submersibles or other serious equipment or cranes for building high-rises. You don't want to mess with the rules of making cranes for high-rises for obvious reasons. So the same thing for a submarine. He was fairly direct of saying, okay, I'm going to ignore the entire vote of the entire planet Earth and say that I'm right. When you act with impunity, I don't care if it's in submarines or in politics, it is not a good thing. You can get away with it for a while, but in the long range, it does not hold. He still had 14, 15 years under his belt in submarine experience. So, yeah, after 15 years, he did not have the excuse that he didn't know. You didn't know, then you're really not smart enough to be in the business in the first place. And if you were smart enough to know, then it was deliberate, then that's like, pick the worst of the two. They're openly ignoring the proper advice that has held us steep for all of them. Then the question is, what do you do? What can you do? Which comes back to the famous letter that got published by the New York Times. It came within our meeting, our yearly meeting. It came up as an issue in 2018 already. They said, well, Will, what do we do? I mean, this is dangerous. This is not good. We have to say something. Maybe we should sue the company. It's like, how are you going to sue a company? You can't sue. You're a competitor suing another one. You can't sue anybody. It's like, well, what can we do? It's like, well, look, why don't we try and appeal to the better angels and say, let's write a letter on behalf of all the experts around the world to say, look, it's not sibling rivalry issue here. This is really serious. That's what the letter was. It's like, look, everybody around the world is really worried about what you're doing. Please correct your course. And it's like everybody else.
The last thing I said to him was Godspeed, and I wished him luck with his dive.
When we heard about it, and I heard that they called the Coast Guard, it'd been 10 or 12 hours. It's like 10 or 12 hours. Oh my God, what were they doing? Because typically when you lose communication with a submarine, within 15 minutes you start roaring.
The Titan carries 96 hours worth of oxygen, and a third of that is now gone. They may have as little as 60 hours before breathing becomes impossible. Yes, very delicate search and rescue mission is currently unfolding in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean right now after a specialised submersible lost contact thousands of metres below the surface. It was supposed to be the ultimate adventure, diving to the ocean floor to see close up the world's most famous shipwreck, only to strike trouble itself. Now, it's a desperate and delicate rescue mission to save 5 lives.
It is a challenge to conduct a search in that remote area.
The mini-sub, called the Titan, vanished an hour and 45 minutes into its 4-kilometre plunge. Radio silence set off alarm bells on its support vessel, the Polar Prince, on the surface. Right now, the US and Canadian Coast Guards, as well as private ships, are answering their distress call, and it's urgent. The Titan carries 96 hours worth of oxygen, and a third of that is now gone. They may have as little as 60 hours before breathing becomes impossible.
Everything else can fail. Your thrusters can go, your lights can go, you're still going to be sick.
That's Stockton Rush, CEO of OceanGate Expeditions that runs the private Titanic tours. He's one of the 5 on board, along with British billionaire and adventurer Hamish Harding, whose last online post was about conditions in the open ocean. A weather window has just opened up, and we're going to attempt to dive.
This is the second year we've been out to the Titanic.
The Titan is small, about the size of a van, and a seat on board will cost you $365,000.
We have our control screen here, our sonar screen here, and we can put any image we want in the back.
When it deploys, it's untethered, allowing it to get as close as possible to the famous wreck.
You see the anchor? The central anchor?
This trip took off from Newfoundland, Canada on Friday. It's a 600-kilometre voyage across the Atlantic to the Titanic's ocean grave, almost 4,000 metres below the surface. The dive to reach it takes 8 hours, and it's dangerous down there with strong currents and no GPS.
It's like a spaceship launch, the way they treat each of these expeditions.
Colin Taylor took a deep-sea voyage aboard the Titan last year with his son, and while it's billed as a tourist trip, he knew the risks were real.
You're in a very, very hostile environment. My heart goes out to the people involved in all of this. It's a terrible, terrible situation, and I really hope that they can be rescued. These are people that I've gotten to know and have a huge appreciation for. Of course, you're taking through the risks, and there's lots of forms that you have to sign when you go on this.
And as time ticks away, so too does hope. If the tiny submarine is still intact and everyone on board is still alive, it needs to be found quickly and brought back to the surface before adding to the Titanic tragedy 111 years after it sank. It seemed impossible, but just a few hours ago, signs of life from a sonar, which acts like a bionic ear underwater.
Crews searching for the sub reportedly heard today banging sounds at 30-minute intervals.
Followed by another unidentified noise close to the Titanic wreck and confirmed by the US Coast Guard.
Immediately, the first thing is it kind of gets your hopes go skyrocketing up, but also it makes you think that, wow, time is really now against us.
And that's the bad news. Even if the mini-sub is found and everyone on board is alive, how do they get them back to the surface?
This is a very complex search, and the unified team is working around the clock to bring all available assets and expertise to bear as quickly as possible.
The time may have already beaten them. The sub has as little as 24 hours of oxygen left, and to sail salvage equipment to the site will take 2 days.
I would assume they're stuck on the bottom in the mud or somehow entangled in the Titanic.
Incredibly, at almost 4 kilometres under the surface, it's too deep for even a US Navy submarine to mount a rescue mission. They never venture that far down, and with good reason.
Submersibles implode, they crush down themselves like a toothpaste tube.
Which has many asking how these homemade mini-subs are allowed to go so deep, especially when they're not certified in America or anywhere else, and are steered by a cheap video game controller.
Perhaps there was a breach and water came in. I'm not very optimistic for their return.
Excitement or panic among those on board could also kill them. It's cramped and uncomfortable, and fear and adrenaline will only quicken their breathing. British billionaire Hamish Harding is a veteran adventurer with a cool head. So too Stockton Rush, the chief executive of OceanGate that owns the sub. The most experienced is former Navy officer Paul Henry Nagelad. And the only 2 rookies on board are father and son, Shahzada and Suleiman Darwood.
As it stands right now, it would be a miracle if they are recovered alive.
This photo of Harding was taken just before the sub entered the water on Sunday, staring at the ocean that now surrounds him.
The last thing I said to him was Godspeed, and I wished him luck with his dive.
In what's turned out to be a terrifying premonition, before he actually left this dock here in Canada on Friday, Hamish Harding told a podcast that he knew that this mission wasn't without risk.
So what I worry about most are things that will stop me from being able to get to the surface.
Right now, underwater drones are trying to confirm the source of that banging and to hopefully spot the missing sub. Until then, every breath is precious, and every minute that ticks by is the enemy.
Every second. And like I said, it keeps looking dimmer, but everybody keeps holding on hope.
I think most explorers assess the risks before deciding to go on an expedition.
We're going where humans have rarely gone, so we're pushing the limits of things, and so it's not a Disney World ride.
4 rescue ships leaving this small Canadian fishing town on what feels like a futile mission of hope now. But hope is all they have.
This is a search and rescue mission, 100%. We are smack dab in the middle of search and rescue, and we'll continue to put every available asset that we have in an effort to find the Titan and the crew members.
Even that banging noise they heard yesterday that offered so much optimism has turned out to be a cruel tease.
With respect to the noises specifically, we don't know what they are, to be frank with you.
There's growing anger too against OceanGate, the company that owns the sub and runs these dangerous adventures. The tiny vessels are not certified anywhere, and experts started raising serious safety concerns about them back in 2018.
In the end, it is an experimental vehicle. A lot of risk is being taken. It's a big gamble, and we thought that the risk was too high.
One former employee even sued because he was so worried, but the case was settled out of court. Adventurer Chris Brown was supposed to be on this very voyage with his dear friend Hamish Harding, but chose to stay behind. Harding is among the missing.
I think most explorers assess the risks before deciding to go on an expedition.
Aaron Newman did and was so impressed he's now an investor in OceanGate and a believer. He loves pushing the envelope even 4 kilometers underwater.
We're going where humans have rarely gone, so we're pushing the limits of things, and so it's not a Disney World ride.
Even here in St. John's, a Canadian port city that knows all too well the brutal nature of the North Atlantic Ocean, this story has taken over. The city is now accommodating a desperate and frantic search and rescue mission, but many residents here say they're realistic about how this one ends. Every second. And like I said, it keeps looking dimmer, but everybody keeps holding on hope.
I think anybody who's associated with the sea will feel sadness over all of this that's going on.
Tragically, if all the calculations are right, time has already beaten them, or is just about to.
NBC correspondent Jay Gray is covering the story from Boston. Jay, no more airlift, but the operation is in fact expanding.
Yeah, Gemma, and look, the Coast Guard Command Center, which is running this operation here in Boston, says that air has likely expired. That's an estimate, but it's being made by scientists and others who understand the situation and work through those calculations. They are expanding the area of the search. It's now 10,000 square miles, and it dives down to depths of 2.5 miles. And they're bringing in more assets. The number of ships on the surface has doubled from 5 to 10, and they have more on the way. Under the water, they've had 2 drones. Now they've added more remotely controlled vehicles, including a deep diving robot that France has allowed them to use as a part of this search and rescue. Team leaders say they're in constant communication with the family members of the missing men, and they've made them a promise, they say, that the oxygen estimate won't define their effort here, that they'll continue this work. And they still say it is very much a search and rescue. They haven't switched to recovery and say they're not even thinking in that mode right now. They say they'll be out there for as long as necessary to finish this mission. But they do acknowledge that this oxygen issue is one of the key factors that they are using as they push forward here. Gemma, it's a rough go for so many who have watched this so closely and can't even imagine how those families are dealing with this latest news that the oxygen inside that capsule is probably expired at this point.
The rescue ships are slowly returning to port here, and the planes have been called back, aware now that their mission was over before it even began.
The debris is consistent with the catastrophic loss of the pressure chamber.
The sub called Titan imploded with such force, 5 men on board were crushed in the blink of an eye.
They wouldn't know what happened. You'd be gone in a nanosecond.
It's one Empire State Building made of lead sitting on top of you at that level.
Disaster struck less than 2 hours into the 8-hour descent last Sunday. The titanium hull, probably stressed from previous dives, simply gave up, the wreckage sinking to the ocean floor 200 metres in front of the Titanic. It was spotted this morning by an unmanned mini-sub, beaming the horrific images back to the surface.
The size of the debris field is consistent with that implosion in the water.
This social media post shows the sub in the background just seconds before the dive began. Reluctant 19-year-old Sullivan Darwood was on board. He had to be talked into going by his dad, a Titanic fanatic.
This was not okay, and he was not very comfortable about doing it.
And this is a final wave from experienced adventurer Paul-Henri Nargelet before he boarded. Authorities are now deciding if their bodies will ever be retrieved.
Tragic, and it's horrific, and it's unnecessary.
Film director James Cameron has travelled to the Titanic wreck himself and has been critical in the past of OceanGate, the company that owns the sub and runs these dangerous tours.
There was a lot of concern about this outfit and this sub.
OceanGate employees who'd escorted the Titan on its final disastrous voyage are now making their slow trip back here to this Canadian port, where their company will face the harsh spotlight of investigators.
OceanGate CEO Stockton Rush was also on board. Relatives of his wife Wendy were among the 1,500 who died on the Titanic more than a century ago. Now, her husband lies near them, and probably forever.
Just absolutely devastating. I'm still, heartbroken. I think I'm still a little bit in shock. I just can't believe that, this is happening.
The best way to preserve the memories and the legacies of these 5 explorers is to conduct an investigation, find out what went wrong, take lessons learned, and then move forward.
I run a database of what we've had out there. We have probably had in the order of 40,000 to 50,000 dives a year happening for the last 40 years easily. And since 1975, we've not had a single fatality. Zero. If you want to look at statistics, how many people kind of fatalities you have in helicopter crashes worldwide here, or wave runners, or small boats, they tend to be in the thousands each year, right? So we've managed to have zero for over 50 years. Sadly, this single event has had more fatalities than all of them inside the industry combined. We've had 5 fatalities in 60 years. Now we just doubled it in a single incident.
There were claims being made about the consultation that they've undertaken with places like Boeing and NASA, which have been called into question.
You can't lie on your website. Doing one dive to 4,000 meters is not a test program.
At the time, there was a lot of speculation about whether they just lost contact or there was some other issue. There's lots of possibilities of things that might have gone wrong, but in the end, based on the recovered debris, the acoustic data that was collected by the Navy, it's pretty clear that there was this catastrophic failure at depth.
There is a much bigger concern on consensus of what did not happen, which is really important. Starting from the first part that it was towed out that far, because they towed it behind the ship. It was on a very small platform going through the North Atlantic, 400 nautical miles. That's a lot of stress of wave slap and waves and all that you have. So it is of tremendous concern to think that the submersible, when they were starting the dive, was definitely not in the same condition as when they left port. The stress, whatever moved, whatever twisted, whatever happened, the 400 nautical miles is a long way to be banged around. So that already set them up for a serious negative risk that they were taking. Roger, platform, ready to dive. 2, typically any operation like that usually has an emergency response plan. So before you leave the port, you already either have a second submarine on board in case of emergency, or you have a robot on board that can reach at the same depth. They call them remotely operated vehicles, ROVs. Or you have someone on contract to say, look, that's where I'm going to be. If something happens, I'm calling you and just come on over. So it is a matter of planning for the emergency, and they didn't do that either. So by the time they took the dive, they were just taking incredible chances and ignoring the most basic overview that everybody in the industry follows. When we heard about it, and I heard that they called the Coast Guard, it had been 10 or 12 hours. It's like 10 or 12 hours. Oh my God, what were they doing? Because typically when you lose communication with the submarine, within 15 minutes you start worrying. At half hour, you kind of go into emergency mode. After about an hour, you have to assume something has happened. The emergency response behavior was completely off, and the most important data that we need from the report is to find out what the communication log was. Did they call for technical support? Did they call their lawyers? Did they call, who did they call? Like saying, oops, something bad happened, how do we get ourselves out of this?
Everyone's got different opinions on how such should be designed, how dives should be conducted, how expeditions should be conducted. That being said, developing innovations in any new technology means that sometimes you have to go outside of the bounds of the regulatory scheme.
One of the big innovations you'll see on the model outside, take the top off, there's a carbon fiber hull with titanium hemispheres on the end. Done a great deal of testing on that, and that will replace this steel pressure vessel.
They failed to do a proper test regime, which is defined. I mean, we have test procedures. They did not do those. They say, oh, it takes too long, costs too much money, which is what I put in the letter to Stockton. You can't lie on your website, and doing one dive to 4,000 meters is not a test program. A proper test program on any pressure vessel that is new, that we don't know how it behaves, is you've got to do 3 tests. The first one is you've got to blow up 5 units. You've got to crush them. And you've got to find out that the crush pressure actually matches your calculation. If it's all over the place, it means your calculations are The second one is you've got to put it under constant pressure for 3 months at 6 times the pressure, because plastic, you've seen it, it's sometimes it creeps, it just keeps moving. It's like, well, it might be good for the first hour, but after 4 hours, all of a sudden it deforms and it collapses. So you've got to put it for 3 months under 6 times the design pressure. And after that, you got to cycle it at full pressure for 1,000 times. Well, that takes better part of 2 years to do that. So in that perspective, doing 2 dies on 1 unit is so far off of what a proper test program should be.
I understand they had some issues with previous vehicles, both in terms of the carbon fiber, but also some of the electricals and things like that. I think there seems to be a general consensus that using carbon fiber for a pressure vessel to be used at this depth was questionable at best, and whether they've done enough due diligence in terms of the testing and the design to really be sure that there wouldn't be a failure like this. I think there was some genuine questions being asked before the tragedy, and certainly since then there's been a lot of concerns that were raised both by staff within the company, but also by external parties they were consulting with. There were claims being made about the consultation that they'd undertaken with places like Boeing and NASA, which have been called into question.
It's an issue at the level of the United Nations. Does your country care? If your country cares, someone must watch the gate. Don't let them out exploring the Arctic with Speedo and sandals. They should have certified the submersible, which should have been required for the type of work they did, which is taking passengers. They should have just certified it. And there's any one of half a dozen agencies around the world that do that. And they have to pick one and just follow through with it. It probably would have added $250,000, added a year, but over their investment of $20, $30, $40 million they had in the company over 15 years, it doesn't wash out. There is no logical reason not to do it. That's why we have rules, we have regulations, we know how to build submarines, we know how to make them safe. The regulations are international. Every country has a set of regulations for the design, controlling the design, testing of submersibles. And it's not a mystery. Everybody knows how to do it all the way to the deep depths, including the depth of the Titanic. The only recourse you have is back to the initial thing is who is watching the gate, and that becomes a governance issue. Does your country care? If your country cares, someone must watch the gate. Don't let them out. Don't let them out exploring the Arctic with Speedo and sandals. That's a very simple form of what governance is about. And we have it for ships, we have it for planes, we have it for cars, for trucks, we have it for submersibles, more or less. Generally, it relates to whoever is in charge of the port. When you see something weird, you should be asking questions. Maybe you shouldn't let them go out the door. The only thing we have is to rely on the last domino standing, and the last domino is the Coast Guard or the Port Authority. What we are doing right now as an association within the industry, where we're pushing, is to say, look, maybe there's still too much ambiguity in what the rules are, and to make that much simpler and clear, that it is the same thing around the world. Because these submarines on yachts and stuff, they travel from country to country. So you can't just fake it and say, yeah, well, in Italy, everything's fine, let me go. Like, no, show me your little card, right? As an industry, we can say, look, I think these are basic standards that are simple enough for every country to recognize the same, and it gives some conformity, some uniformity, to take out the ambiguity. So it's an issue at the level of the United Nations, because it involves all the governments and everybody kind of sitting at the table. And that's what we're doing now at our yearly conference, is not just bring in the industry people, but to lobby for the Coast Guard authorities and the marine authorities to join and sit at the table and say, look, we don't have the answer, but we need to sit at the table together. And it's not just for Canada Coast Guard or the American Coast Guard to figure it out. It's a uniform that we sit and come up with something that works, that is unambiguous and simple enough that everybody can agree to it, which is hard to do. We do have a standard at the United Nations under the International Maritime Organization. So we do have something for operation of forced submersibles at the United Nations level under IMO. There are rules. But, United Nations doesn't have a lot of enforcement. So our idea is to, if we can get all the countries to adopt certain standards, then it becomes a de facto international standard that the United Nations can then endorse. The next step here, where we need to go and where we need to push, is to push the government authorities that let the submersible go to say, look, here's some basically guidelines, and you need to check. And if people do something crazy, don't go and take a cup of coffee and let them out the door. Somebody within the Marine Authority had the chance to say, okay, guys, nice try, but no.
people would certainly be second guessing their desire to be going and investigating these deep sea environments. I'm sure it still appeals to some people, but I think they'd be asking some pretty serious questions about the vehicles that they're going to be operating in. I mean, there's risks with any of this kind of operation, and some people are willing to take those risks, and others, particularly in light of what's happened, may be second guessing those opportunities.
There's a big issue with the waivers. They do not work, and it is a very serious modern issue beyond the submarine world, is that as you have a tremendous complicated technology involved in something, the common citizen or normal citizen is not able today, and even less in 10 years from now, to make a decision of risk based on informed consent. So for someone to say, oh yeah, I'm my own man, I'm signing this thing, it's like, you can't. You don't know what you don't know. You cannot. So how do you stop that? You cannot stop it other than a government policy, that's called governance, whether you're a king, a prince, or a government, or a democracy, that says, okay, for all this stuff, we need a couple experts to look at that and find out what it means and allow it, so that the citizen doesn't have to say, I wonder if they thought about everything in that summary. It doesn't make sense.
This channel is part of the History Hits network.
This is a series about an artistic era that's looked down on and never gets the respect it deserves. It's a shadowy era, so shadowy people even disagree about its name. So I'm going to use the old one, the one that best sums up its dilemmas. I'm going to call it the Dark Ages. Dark Ages go roughly from the 4th century to roughly 11th. They begin when the Roman Empire starts to crumble, and they end when William the Conqueror invades England. And in this shadowy slab of time, everything changed. The greatest empire the world has seen melted back into the cultural shadows, and various powerful artistic forces stepped up to take its place. Later in the series, we'll be examining those much misunderstood creatives, the barbarians. What wondrous bling they brought into the world. What fabulous things they achieved. I'll also be looking at that joyous and inventive religion, Islam, which did so much to light up the Dark Ages. But we begin with a group of people whose achievements were enormous. They started with nothing and ended up with so much. I'm thinking, of course, of those thoroughly underestimated Dark Age creatives, those intrepid voyagers into the unknown. The Christians. Art never lies. But the story that art tells us of these exciting times is that this was never an age of darkness. This was an age of light. These are the famous ruins of Pompeii, and as I'm sure you know, Mount Vesuvius erupted here in 79 AD, and all this was covered in ashes and preserved for posterity in perfect conditions. Now, one of the things they found here, which really surprised them, was proof that there were already Christians here by 79 AD. The thing they found that proved it was this. It's what they call a rotas square, and these rotas squares are deeply mysterious. They've been found all over the Roman Empire, in Syria, in Gaul, even in England, in Cirencester. They found one of these,
and they're usually inscribed on the walls of houses, or sometimes on the columns outside the house. And of course, when they found them, they didn't have a clue what these were. Just mysterious word games plastered outside houses. What it is a letter square made up of 5 Latin words: rotas, opera, tenet, arepo, and sator.
If you love history, then you'll love History Hit. We have tons of exclusive documentaries about the most important people in history that you will not find anywhere else. With documentaries featuring great medieval figures and events from the Battle of Hastings to the last of the Vikings, History Hit has unrivaled access to peerless archival materials and the world's best historians. We're committed to bringing history fans award-winning documentaries and podcasts that you cannot find anywhere else. Sign up now for a 14-day free trial, and Chronicle fans get 50% off their first 3 months. Just be sure to use the code Chronicle at checkout.
Rotas at the top is sator backwards. And you can see rotas down this side as well, and sator down that side. And here in the middle, arepo is opera work, backwards. The actual words mean something like, as ye sow, so shall ye reap. But only if you ignore Latin grammar. Various code breakers twisted it this way and that for decades, but it still didn't mean much. But then, a eureka moment. One of these code breakers realised that the important thing about the rotas square was not the words, but the letters. Because these letters of the rotas square can be rearranged to form a cross, which reads the same both ways, up and down. And it says Pater Noster, which is Latin for our Father, the opening words of the Lord's Prayer. What's more, these 2 letters that are left over, alpha and omega, are the first and last letters of the Greek alphabet. Alpha and omega in their Roman form. You can see them down in the Roman catacombs, popping up everywhere. Alpha and omega, the beginning and the end. Popular Christian code for the one true God. So these mysterious word squares were put outside houses to signify that the occupants were Christians, and also as a kind of lucky charm to ward off evil. Of course, this isn't art yet. This is an inscription, but it has artistic implications. What you see in here, this appetite for signs and symbols and secret meanings, that Christian appetite is something that transferred to Christian art. The Christian art of the Dark Ages is an art of mystery and magic, of suggestions and miracles, transcendence and light. The rotas square isn't art yet, but it is an excellent pointer to a new artistic direction. One of the reasons early Christian art is so exciting is because you find it in exciting places. Rome is wild enough on the surface, but when you descend into its underground, look how scary and fascinating it becomes. People often imagine the catacombs were hiding places, underground shelters in which persecuted Christians hid from the Romans. But you can't hide an underground city as huge as this under anyone's nose. The Romans knew these were here all right. What they didn't know is what one Christian was saying to another down here. Because the first Christian art was filled and hidden meanings. That's why the fish became an ubiquitous Christian symbol. When 2 Christians met on the road, it said that one of them would draw this shape in the sand, and the other one would draw this shape. And the 2 of them knew immediately that they were Christians together.
famous Christian sign, Christogram or Key Rho, represents Jesus himself. It's made by combining two Greek letters, Key and Rho. The first two letters of the word Christos, which means the anointed one. It's said the sign had magic powers. Even today, we still call Christmas Xmas because of this. Another popular Christian sign was the anchor. For the simple reason that the top of it here looked like a cross. Everywhere you look in these haunting Roman catacombs, the first Christians are declaring their faith in such mysterious and cryptic ways. These symbols and signs weren't just a secret language, they're also a different way of seeing things, a different way of understanding, not just with your eyes, but with your imagination. And what's most interesting about this first Christian art you find down here is how few pictures there are in it. No images of Jesus, no Marys, no saints. For the first few centuries of Christianity, there were no Christian images. It's not till the beginning of our period, the so-called Dark Ages, 300 years after the birth of Christ, that figures and scenes begin to pop up at last in Christian art. Look how puzzling they were. We're in a 3rd century Christian burial chamber in the catacombs of Priscilla. A rich Christian family was buried here, and look what's on the walls. Over here, some peacocks. Over there, 3 chaps standing in a fire. And over here, some kind of sea dragon with someone coming out of its mouth. So let's decode all this. The peacocks are symbols of eternity. Because peacocks replace their beautiful feathers every year, the ancients believed their flesh couldn't rot. It was eternal. The 3 young men are described in the Bible by the prophet Daniel. 3 young Israelites were set on fire by the Babylonians, but God protected them, and the Babylonian fires couldn't touch them. The chap coming out of the sea monster was the prophet Jonah, who you may remember was swallowed by a whale for 3 whole days. After 3 days, the whale spat him out again, and he returned to dry land, a wiser man. The thread that unites all these cryptic images is salvation, hope. God saved the 3 young men from the fire. He saved Jonah from the whale, and he'll save you too. Jonah is also the subject of the earliest surviving masterpieces of Christian sculpture, found today in the Cleveland Museum of Art. Jonah swallowed by the whale, spat out by the whale, and returned to dry land a wiser man. Jonah is particularly significant because the early Christians used him as a stand-in for Jesus himself. Jesus, remember, also rose from the dead after 3 days. And the reason why Jonah is so popular in the catacombs is because he's a way of showing Jesus without showing Jesus. A replacement, another code, a symbol. We've been down here, 5 minutes? And look how many different ways we've already seen to represent Jesus without actually showing him. He's the hero, the word sign. He's Jonah in the whale. He's the fish, the anchor. What we haven't seen yet is a Jesus we can all recognize. A Jesus who actually looks like Jesus. The truth is, no one in early Christian art had a clue what he actually looked like. The Bible doesn't describe him, no one does. So art took an extremely long time to come up with a face for Jesus. And I think the search for that face is the greatest artistic tussle of the Dark Ages. The proof that no one actually knew what Jesus looked like is this controversial relic, the Shroud of Turin. It's said to be the cloth in which Jesus was wrapped at his death. And this haunting likeness is the true face of Christ, preserved miraculously in his blood. Also, they say,
The Shroud of Turin doesn't get shown very often, but when it does, thousands of pilgrims flock to Turin to see it, and most of them believe they're looking at the true face of Christ. When I went to see it, there was such a powerful atmosphere in the church. So many people, so certain they were staring at the remains of Jesus. But I'm afraid they weren't, because Jesus Christ didn't look like that. At least, not according to the evidence left behind by the first Christian artists who described him. According to these first Christian artists, Jesus actually looked like this.
blonde, fresh-faced, boyish. The earliest images of Jesus look nothing like the Jesus we know today, and nothing like the Jesus on the Turin Shroud. Jesus, at first, is a happy-go-lucky character, curly-haired and handsome.
He's usually shown waving his wand about, performing remarkable miracles. So here, he's turning water into wine at the wedding feast at Cana. And here, he's curing the paralytic who couldn't walk until he met the baby-faced Jesus. And over here, the blind man is being cured by Jesus again. And finally, with a wave of that Harry Potter wand of his, this is Jesus raising Lazarus from the dead. You can always tell Lazarus in early Christian art because he looks like an Egyptian mummy, all wrapped up. What you never see in these very first examples of Christian art is a Jesus who's suffering, in pain, covered in blood, like the one on the Turin Shroud. That Jesus doesn't turn up in art for 1,000 years or so, because the tortured Jesus is a creation of the Middle Ages, an expression of medieval guilt and terror.
What horrible pains the artistic mind went on to inflict on the crucified Jesus in the centuries ahead. How harshly it whipped him and scourged him and punctured him.
In the beginning, though, artists didn't do that. The first Jesuses in art are young and handsome, curly-haired and free. So, either Jesus deliberately misled his followers about what he actually looked like for the first 1,000 years or so of Christianity, or the Turin Shroud is a medieval fake. I know what I think.
The first Christians weren't looking for a God who made them feel guilty. That would never have caught on. They were looking for a God who would save them and fill them with hope. So as their model for the first Jesus, Christian artists selected the youngest and handsomest of the pagan gods. They chose Apollo, the god of the sun. Blonde and unbearded, youthful and curly-haired. Apollo was a god who made you feel good.
So the first Jesuses were curly-haired and pretty because they borrowed that look from Apollo, and it went further than that. When this mysterious Christian statue was dug up out of the ground, it was thought to represent a woman, an unknown goddess, a muse. Only later was it realized that this too was an early Jesus.
In that wonderful museum in Cleveland, the one with the Jonah marbles, there's a carving of Apollo performing a miracle with Nike, the goddess of victory. Apollo is the robed figure on the left. And look how shapely he is. How easily we might mistake him too for a woman.
Pagan gods could be male and female. They could amalgamate the sexes and represent both genders at once, just like this Jesus here. Extraordinary as it sounds, the first Jesuses were sometimes made to look feminine on purpose.
They were given suggestions of breasts, beautiful faces, soft bodies and long hair. There is neither male nor female, wrote St. Paul to the Galatians. You are all one in Jesus.
The pagans had lots of goddesses to worship: Venus, Isis, Diana, but Christianity had none. Christianity believed in one true God, and he was masculine. There was an entire feminine side missing. So the feminization of Jesus was a deliberate artistic attempt to cater for both sexes.
It produced some of the Dark Ages' most unexpected imagery. In Ravenna, in the magnificent Arian baptistry, there's an unbearded Jesus being baptized in the River Jordan. And he's so soft and feminine. A podgy and delicate Christ with childbearing hips. Before this girlish Jesus could become fully masculine, grow a beard and turn into a man, Christianity needed to find a feminine presence of its own. The borrowing of Christ's face from Apollo shouldn't really surprise us. The early Christians borrowed from the pagans because that's what art does. It uses what's already there.
It's important to remember too that for most of these early centuries of Christianity, Christians and pagans lived together in reasonable harmony. Those terrible periods of persecution when the Romans murdered the Christians in terrible ways, those were rare, the exception, not the rule.
Later, when the Roman Empire became officially Christian under the Emperor Constantine, aggressive Christian writers looking back on these times did what the victor always does in a war. They rewrote history from their point of view, dramatized it, exaggerated it.
In most of the Roman Empire, particularly at the borders, like here in Roman Syria, pagans lived next door to Christians, Christians lived next door to Jews, and all of them muddled along together.
The earliest known Christian church has been found in the Syrian border town of Dureiropos. It was next to the earliest known synagogue, and around the corner was the temple of the bull god, Mithras. All these different religions swapped each other's converts, borrowed each other's gods, and influenced each other's art.
Take the halo, that miraculous circle of light that you see around the heads of holy figures in Christian art. At first, there were no halos. Jesus was a magician with the wand, and that was enough to differentiate him. But as Christian art grew busier and more characters popped up in it, Jesus needed to look more obviously divine. So Christian artists did what the pagans did. They gave him a halo, borrowed once again from Apollo.
Long before Jesus acquired his miraculous nimbus of light, Apollo already had one. A circle of symbolic sunshine emanating from his head to signify his solar divinity. Another crucial borrowing from the pagans was the image of the angel. If you look at a typical Roman sarcophagus of the early Christian era, you'll usually see a pair of winged figures carrying a portrait of the deceased upwards in glory. They look exactly like angels, but they're not. They're Roman figures of victory, Nikes, pagan transporters of the soul.
But the most significant of these pagan borrowings was a female figure adapted from Egyptian art. She became very popular in Christianity. Indeed, she was central to it. But that's not how she began.
The Egyptian Earth Mother, Isis, was one of the most revered of all pagan gods. She was the goddess of fertility, the mother goddess, from whom all life originally sprang.
When you wanted babies, you prayed to Isis. When you wanted your crops to grow, you prayed to Isis. Whoever you were, slave, servant, outcast, you prayed to Isis, because Isis would protect you.
To emphasize, Isis was often shown with a baby on her knee, whom she breastfeeds regally. He's Horus, son of Isis. Horus was the god of the sky, the Egyptian Apollo, and his birthday fell at the winter solstice, sometime around December the 25th.
When Christian art grew hungry for a distinct female presence to worship, a mother goddess who nurtured you and protected you, Isis, the mother of Horus, was an obvious model, and the two of them was soon successfully transported into Christian art. This is the first known image of Mary holding the baby Jesus on her lap. It was found in the Roman catacombs of Priscilla, a touching fragment of a mother and her child. Mary, caring for the baby Jesus, became one of the most popular of all the Christian images of the Dark Ages, with such glorious results. This great artistic discovery of the Virgin Mary had an important byproduct, because it did away with the need to feminize or soften Jesus. When Mary emerged as a powerful divine presence, Jesus no longer needed to be girlish. His image was free to become fully masculine. But where to put all this powerful new art that Christianity was inventing? It's all very well finding a new image for Jesus and Mary, but what also needed to be invented was the Christian church. The Roman Empire was huge. It stretched from the Middle East at one end to this primitive cultural backwater at the other, the place we now call Britain. When you're imagining the Roman Empire, you need to stop thinking about countries, because there weren't any. No clear divisions either between Asia and Africa or Europe. All of them were part of this massive collar of power surrounding the entire Mediterranean, the mightiest empire the world has seen. Christianity got to Britain quite early, all the way from over here, right up to here. And just about there, in a village in Dorset called Hinton St Mary, they dug up one of the earliest mosaic images of Jesus. He looks stately, doesn't he? More like a Roman senator than a Christian god. Except for the large key row that surrounds his head, the sign of Christ. This is Lullingstone in Kent, and we're here because I wanted you to see what's left of one of the earliest known Christian churches. If you're thinking to yourself that this looks more like the remains of a big house, not a church, you'd be absolutely right. The first churches were ordinary houses, adapted for Christian use. Some Christians were richer and more active in the community than others, and their house became the neighbourhood house church. The house church they found in Dura-Europos, the one next door to the Jewish synagogue, was just a small townhouse in which the Christians had done some DIY, knocked down a wall, roofed over a courtyard to create more space for their meetings. On the walls of this makeshift church, the Dura Christians painted Christ walking on water. And there he is again, healing a cripple, making him walk too. Here at Lullingstone, the house church was on the first floor of this elegant Roman villa. It was just above that pagan shrine there. Basically, it was a simple room with painted walls. Decorating it was a procession of praying Christians with crosses on their robes. There was also a key row, and around this key row, the two momentous letters of the Greek alphabet again. Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. If you put all those four letters together, Alpha, Rho, Chi, and Omega, you get the word Archo, which means I rule. From the outside, you wouldn't have known the Lullingstone House Church was there. It was a modest Christian conversion, and almost invisible. And for the first 300 years, all churches were like this. Humble spaces in people's houses, wonky bits of DIY where Christians could worship and celebrate. And then, in 313 AD, Constantine the Great converted to Christianity, and everything changed. Suddenly, this cryptic and secretive religion, with its instinctive fondness for codes and clues, became the official religion of the Roman Empire.
and modesty was no longer an option. Ooh, he's a big one, isn't he? Constantine the Great, Roman Emperor, mighty warrior, and defender of the faith.
Constantine's mother, St. Helena, was a Christian, and he probably inherited the faith from her. In 313 AD, Constantine's famous Edict of Milan made Christianity legal in the Roman Empire. And from then on, its power grew and grew and grew.
Constantine was a builder by instinct. Look at this magnificent triumphal arch he plonked in front of the Colosseum. But his greatest achievement as a builder was the unexpected invention of the Christian church.
Until Constantine, Christian churches were small and makeshift, often hidden away. But when Christianity became the official religion of the Roman Emperor, everything changed.
Suddenly, all the building resources of the mightiest empire the world has seen began to be lavished on Christian architecture. And a religion which had hitherto made do with wonky house churches found itself having to invent a grand new style of worship.
These huge Christian basilicas that Constantine began building were another Christian achievement for which there was no precedent. The little house churches were useless as an example for these giant halls of worship. This was a completely new kind of architecture.
This is Santa Sabina in Rome, the best preserved of the first Christian basilicas. It's a new type of religious space. No one in any religion had worshipped like this before.
Pagan temples worked very differently from a Christian church. Pagan temples were spaces for worshipping outdoors.
In a pagan temple, the congregation stayed outside. Only the priests of the cult could enter the holy sanctuary in which the sacred idol was kept.
Christian churches were the opposite. A Christian church was a huge assembly hall with a roof where people could worship indoors. And the style of worship was different too. Nowadays, churches have these neat rows of pews where everybody sits quietly and piously. But in the first Christian churches, there were no pews.
In the beginning, Christian churches were huge open spaces in which an ecstatic Christian crowd would heave and circulate. This was a space for moving and chanting and talking.
At the start of the ceremony, the priests would enter in a magnificent procession that went all the way up to the front.
You see them illustrated sometimes high up on Christian walls. An ornate and stately priesthood progressing through these new naves in a magnificent wave of finery and colour.
So these were spaces full of constant movement and chaotic crowding. And the only precedent for such a building was a useful Roman construction called a basilica.
Basilicas were public meeting halls, built to house big crowds. There was nothing religious about them. Every sizable Roman settlement had a basilica.
Roman basilicas were entered from the side, somewhere about here. And when the Christians took over the shape, they swiveled it around and put the entrance over here. So the entire building pointed that way. One of the most common uses of a Roman basilica was as a law court. The populace would mill about down here, while the magistrate would sit up at the end, raised on a magisterial throne, sitting in a special rounded apse that signalled his importance. The Christians took over the magistrate's apse as well. It's where they put the sacrificial altar, and above it, a great apse mosaic the climactic moment of this magnificent religious journey. But you're looking up at this glorious apse mosaic, and you're thinking, there's Jesus with a big beard. What happened to the curly-haired boy? Well, he just wasn't grand enough for Constantine's new basilicas. So the early Christians wanted a god they could look up to, a god who was a match for all the other gods. And when the time came for a more imposing Jesus to emerge, Jesus the adult, the Christians turned once again to that reliable source of raw materials that lay all around them. The art of the pagans. The most powerful and important of all the Roman gods was Jupiter, or in his Greek incarnation, Zeus, king of the gods. Zeus, or Jupiter, was grand and bearded. In the great temple of Zeus at Olympia, the most famous sculptor of the classical age, Phidias, had shown the king of the gods enthroned in majesty, an image the Christians were determined to match. They took it all, the beard, the hair, the throne, that sense of omnipotent power that was all borrowed from Zeus. And the curly-haired youth with the girlish body who buzzed around performing all those miracles was replaced by this manly, mature Jesus, who sits in judgment on his flock, stern and unsmiling, wise and infallible. Meanwhile, back down in the Roman catacombs, darker Christian forces were also stirring. When I said the persecution of the Christians has been exaggerated, I didn't mean it never happened. Of course it did, particularly under Constantine's predecessor, Diocletian, though not perhaps in the numbers we've been led to believe. Some estimates say that only about 2,000 Christians were killed in the Roman persecutions. I think there must have been more than that. But the modern age is definitely better at killing Christians than the Romans ever were. In the Spanish Civil War, 7,000 priests, monks and nuns were murdered. And you never hear about them. But for the early Christians, death had a special significance.
monks and nuns were murdered. And you never hear about them.
But for the early Christians, death had a special significance. The idea took hold in their imaginations that suffering was a necessary part of the
Drake was mocking the album, saying people were pushing PTSD. You know, I don't get it. Like, what's with all of this fucking Alice Walker shit? Like, you know, it's Color Purple shit. You know, I want to party, man. I want to get drunk, man. About the bitches. And again, there's spaces for that. But that's not the reaction to Pimp a Butterfly on Drake's behalf was mocking. He was making fun of the album, right? You remember, academics then made fun of the album because they put out a rumor that Kendrick Lamar was upset because the album didn't sell. And then academics, I remember, he reported, "But nigga, you can't be upset when you have a single called King Kunta Kinte." He was making fun of him. It was never confirmed that Kendrick Lamar was angry or upset. When I used to see the interviews where he had the eye on his hat, he looked pretty comfortable to me, right? But the album went on to sell very well. And that happens at times, right? But at the time, people was mocking the album. So, but Tupac, when they found out on Mortal Men, the ending track, which was the climax of the album, a lot of people had changed their position. And of course, like I used to tell partners at the time, I said, this album would age good. You know, folks will come back to it 2-3 years from now. And they do. They come back to it. But the point is this. Were you about to say something?
No, the point is good.
Okay, the point is this. This album would age good. You guys got to know whether you believe in it or not when someone is actually practicing something.
And that's why we're going to go on Patreon at 7:30 p.m. into depth of what we feel like we know that Drake is practicing and trying to accomplish. Also, thank you to everyone who sent us Kev's video on Drake trying to start a label in California with the Mexican gangs and trying to now use the Mexican gangs in the West Coast to try to get at Kendrick Lamar and all of that, which also will be on our Patreon stream at 7:30 p.m. But I would also like to add, because people are bringing up J. Cole, it is smart for J. Cole not to say anything until the fall off drops. If J. Cole is listening to the show right now, I think you already know what Drake is about at this point. I'm sure you've been informed. If you didn't already know and was a part of this whole setting up of Drake, but if you wasn't a part of that part and you got informed about what he's doing recently, I think everything should be put on the fall off. And I think we already said it some months ago. We think the fall off is going to be about Drake. Of course, it's going to be about Diddy as well. It may even be about Ye, because y'all know Ye and Cole have their back and forth. So I would say everything for the album, and I also
what he's doing.
Yeah,
Looks like he's doing.
I wouldn't say anything until the album drops.
Yeah, I mean that's clearly what he's doing, and sitting out. Look, y'all, we said Drake was going to go to the Mexican mafia, allegedly. All of a sudden, you was going to see Javier, you're going to hear Pinata rhymes, you're going to be hearing, you're gonna hear Drake rapping in Spanish like he tried to do in Arabic when he was quote unquote linking up with the so-called gangs overseas in the UK.
Drake doesn't sound good with Mexicans.
He looked like one.
They gonna be like we don't claim him.
No, they don't claim him, but no.
They would have more chemistry with the artists TDE and Kendrick stuff musically than
Mexicans.
They would with Drake. Just would sound stupid.
First of all, let me tell you something real quick, y'all. There's no one that's dealt with the West Coast and the South in my life, okay? Mexican folk, they love Tupac. They fucking love Tupac, okay?
And Drake is clowning and disrespecting Tupac. They didn't even like Taylor Made. And this is not about, look, for people, we understand the Mexican community, not everything about Black and Mexican unity and all that, but it's just about what everybody like. People love Pac. Pac was an amazing figurehead for the Mexican community as well. He showed love to a lot of Mexican people. And Drake has been caught multiple times disrespecting Tupac, his legacy, and the Tupac estate, and Tupac's family. And I just don't think a lot of Mexicans like that. And
I'm gonna say this real quick.
Went to them earlier. They know what he's doing.
Look, let's move past all. We ain't even gotta listen. This is how it works, okay? Black and brown. Y'all y'all got y'all space, we got our space. We happen to interact, we hang out, cool, we do whatever we do, and then that's it. So I don't want to over romanticize nothing. Now, the other side is this. I knew Drake was going to do this. Oh yeah. When I saw Drake on stage, when I saw Kendrick Lamar on stage at the Pop Out concert, and all of them black folks was up there dancing, and you had some of the essays in the crowd, and then you had some of the Asian boys in the crowd and Asian girls in the crowd. Then you got the break dancers from the Bay up there as well. I knew immediately what the team behind Drake was going to do. I said they're going right for a sector of the Mexicans that will be looking to get paid.
But a lot of them don't like Drake. Like they even in the chat, we know most of y'all don't like Drake. Y'all don't rock with him like that.
So the reason why I'm saying a sector that is looking to get paid, it is no different than you have a sector of black folk that are in a sector of the industry that are looking to get paid. Okay? Now, 21 Savage's team was trying to be cute as far as going against what Atlanta was standing on. I said, that ain't gonna work, player. Like I said, when I saw Takeoff laid out there, I told B-More the next year, I told her last year, the previous year, I said, oh yeah, they're gonna cut Drake up out of Atlanta. And the next year, they cut Drake up out of Atlanta.
Well, also to add to that, Prince, Stacey said that Kendrick knows how to speak Spanish.
He does. Collard greens with Schoolboy Q. And if I recall, Whitney is, what is she? Well, I don't want to get into the woman's ancestry, so that's that. I'll leave that for Drake. But I'll just say this, just to keep this real.
Funny, I leave that for hating ass Drake.
That nigga a hater. But anyway, I'll just say this though. We knew what they were going to do, just like the Hells Angels out of Canada, and we had Gigi call in from Nova Scotia, and Gigi was breaking it down to us exactly because I've never been into Canada. I had the opportunity to go for like animation school, but I actually passed on it, right? But Gigi broke it down and talked about how pervasive Hells Angels and other offshoots of the Hells Angels, who actually supplanted a previous gang that was there, previous motorcycle club gang that was overtly racist, right? Supplanted them. The Hells Angels took over like Venom, and then now that's who's running that space out there.
And just to put your point though, Prince, what you were just trying to say is that Kendrick has people who are Mexican who are part of his family.
Yeah,
just to simplify it.
Yeah.
And Drake is doing what he does all the time, politicking in a desperate way. Look, I'm glad that Drake is dumb. I'm glad that years ago he didn't actually build something from scratch with the Mexican community. I'm glad he didn't build anything from scratch with people in Toronto and other parts of Canada to the hip hop scene. I'm glad that Drake was a selfish asshole who's about himself. Because if he wasn't, he would be far. I mean, look at all this trouble already for people in the industry and also people who have been having issues with Drake, period. Look how hard it's been to get him out because of some of the relationships he was able to build pertaining to the Lucien Granges of the world. But nonetheless, just to the Mexican community, he can try, but it's really like Drake is doing too much desperate stuff. And the fact that you went to the Hells Angels and made a red button with them before you even thought of making a red button with the Mexicans. Now you're thinking, oh shit, let me go to the Mexicans because maybe Kendrick is more protected than what I thought.
Okay, that's because Drake is stupid. And I'm just putting this blunt. You can call it hate all you want. Stupid is stupid, folks. Now, I have been able to, even people I don't even really speak to, not that we're on bad terms, it's just, our lifestyles are different at this stage now. But, I didn't been politicked all up and through Mexican communities. All right. Let me tell you something real quick. Especially if you're talking about activating the criminal set of a community, just like if you activate the criminal set of a Jewish community, the criminal set of an Italian community, the criminal set of a black community, you're still bringing the same lame energy. People might look at you for a bag. That don't mean they rock with you, though. Do you get what I'm saying? And it's not that type of power. Drake don't have that type of power to move nothing out in LA. The only time you'll see somebody being able to move LA in a racial dynamics, because really what he wants to do is trigger some little racial dynamic there, because that's the first thing Drake thinks about, because he's stupid and he's got trauma, that he's got racial trauma. Let's be frank here while we got over 1,000 people in the chat. The boy got racial trauma. He moves traumatically concerning race. This is why, like I said before, when I used to watch his videos, we got all of these dark-skinned black men, and they're always pointing triggers into the camera. They never romancing no woman. They never protecting no baby. Every time you get black niggas, and you make sure you get niggas with chapped lips all the time, and having like, yeah, my shooters, my hitters, my shooters, my hitters, my shooters, and you are the light-skinned lover boy in the video. You're the protected angel. You're the little angel Michael. So that being the case, naturally, when they were seeing all of those folks on stage at Kenny and the Pop Out concert, I knew traumatically where the boy would move racially, and that was him. He was going to start shouting out Mexican Mafia in his rhyme, which proved my point on It's Up with the song with 21 Savage.
Also, I think he doesn't understand the psychology of Americans too. There's some racial issues and sometimes tensions between the black community and the Mexican community. But when people like who they like who they like. Like when we talk about Kobe Bryant, Mexicans love Kobe Bryant. They like who they like. Kendrick is one of those type of people. He's one of those type of guys where different communities respect him. And this is what Drake don't understand. Look, it doesn't mean all black individuals or people are protected from Mexican gang stuff. No. I mean, you saw what happened out in Chicago when there was a little bit of a beef out there. So, no. But when you're a black individual who are loved by certain sets of people, it is what it is. And I think this is probably going to add to the jealousy that Drake has towards Kendrick Lamar, seemingly.
Yeah. He's better off telling us that the mother of his child is Mexican. Because look at this. How they marketed Drake. The real Drake was the conversation we saw when he had Kanye's 808 Heartbreak patch on his chest when he was talking to, I believe, Rosenberg from Hot 97. Now, we've joked and roasted Rosenberg just in a moment concerning the Jay-Z Electronica album. I don't have any ill will towards somebody like Rosenberg. I always tell you guys, people that I really can't stand, and most of the time, if you ever see me really triggered by something, it has to do with a politician. That's fucking around like Governor Snyder did. Okay, I don't like that type of stuff. Rappers, people that be on the microphone. There's one person specifically that I just genuinely don't care for. But outside of that, most of you niggas, I still don't care. I don't have no emotional attachments. It's just that y'all do stupid shit in a moment that's irritating. Okay, but Rosenberg gave the best commentary on Drake. Him and what's the one with the black eyes? Pete Davidson. Is his name Pete Davidson?
He do got like bright green
Yeah,
eyes.
yeah. I don't know what's up that.
Everywhere.
He's drinking water, but anyway.
Oh well, I think he said he has Crohn's disease.
It could be, yeah. All right then. Fine.
But there's other people who have that. Their eyes don't look like that.
The one that played Chris Rock from Everybody Hates Chris. He has Crohn's disease, and he
Yeah, he don't have right green eyes.
It look like he drink water too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, that's beside the point. But when you go back and watch, that was the best conversation that I saw outside of black space concerning Drake. I thought it was immaculate. I knew it. I knew it because I've seen some of the interview clips concerning Drake. And this is what I tell foreign black men, and I'm speaking to them and them right now, because rap is a universal black masculine language. Okay, so there are going to be other black men from France, black men that are found in. I saw a Russian black man one time rapping. Right, There's black men in Africa that rap. There's black men in Jamaica, the Caribbeans, they rap, right? When you are a black man, and again, I'm not saying there's anything to be proud of or not be proud of. Prince Solomon should tell you what the culture is. You cannot out nigga a black American nigga. Doesn't matter who you are. I've said this before. If you're black and you're from another country, another place, y'all got your own style, y'all got your own bop, y'all swag, how y'all slide on tracks, whatever the case is, it's y'all style, it's y'all rhythm. If you in the UK, it's your style, your rhythm. When I heard M9 and we was talking about a collar and even some of the other ones that we see right now. What's the boy named David, the one that be rapping with Central C and all them boys? They got their own style, it's their culture, it's their own inner city. They got their own hoods. But when you come to America and you try to out nigga a LA nigga, you try to out nigga a Chicago nigga, man or woman, when you try to out nigga a Florida nigga, you always will be on the losing end of the cultural dynamic.
That's why he got embarrassed and hired Icarus to try to embarrass Rick Ross, because Rick Ross was a Floridian nigga who embarrassed Drake, talking about the half white nose, the BBL, the surgery gut. Like, Rick Ross was going off, actually. This shit. That nigga was funny, though. And then he helped create the BBL Drizzy challenge, along, of course, with King. Who's the king who did the BBL Drizzy song?
Oh, King Melonius.
Right.
Yes.
So we had that whole thing going, which it was just fucking hilarious. But just to get back to your point, Prince, I just think he just don't understand that Drake thinks in black and white racial dynamics. Oh, let me go to the Mexicans. Yeah, I know there's issues with Mexicans and blacks.
It's not gonna work.
But he don't understand not every black person has an issue with Mexicans or vice versa. Yes, there are sometimes some issues.
There's always gonna be homeland issues.
But Kendrick is someone who is different. And the fact that like he just don't comprehend that, he just thinks like A, B, C, D, like he's just very simple in his mindset. It's hilarious. And then even with the Hells Angels situation out there in Canada, we knew the Hells Angels was involved, and Gigi helped confirm our suspicions.
Yeah.
And he said, "Nah, it is true." He said, "Oh no, it's true. They out there." And he also talked about the sex trafficking hub that is huge out there in Canada. This is why academics, on his platform, said, well, in Canada, they allow you to have sex with a 16-year-old. You're going to be 20 years older.
We're going to move to Canada.
That's what academics was using as a defense for his boy Drake. But we know birds of a feather flock together.
Yeah, birds of a feather, they gawk together. She's right. And to keep this in perspective, the reason why we're laying this out here, we told you guys we're calling the plays before they happen. All right, and then everybody else that are, I guess, that have like the million subscribers, or they got some of the rappers, some of you retired rappers that are doing podcasts, then you guys are always going to report after what happens. What we do here, we forecast, and we're just telling you, if you track our history, this entire debacle concerning Drake and Kendrick, we said number one, if J. Cole leaves the battle, it will instantly become darker.
Yes.
We said that.
And that happened.
That's one of the reasons why, to be fair to the fans, they weren't really just calling J. Cole a sissy. People was having customer complaints because customers buy J. Cole's products, and so they wanted to see J. Cole participate in the battle. J. Cole talked to Schoolboy Q. They had counsel behind the scenes. J. Cole found out this is much darker. He says, I'm bringing my bicycling ass up out of here. I'm going to go ahead and look at some cyber trucks, and that's what J. Cole did. The fans got upset, but spiritually they knew that, okay, since it's going to be between Drake and Kendrick, there's real beef there, there's real issues there, there's real emotions there. Whereas if it would have been between Kendrick and J. Cole, it would have been that friendly fade that K-Dot brought up in Euphoria. You're not getting a friendly fade with Drake because Drake ain't friends to no one.
No,
Drake has never been friendly to no one.
He's friends to himself, but that's why he may end up like Alonzo on Training Day. That whole scene where he couldn't pay the Russians.
Nah, homie, you remember what the boy said? Nah, homie, you gotta put in your homework on
I don't know why Drake think he using games like his alleged gambling addiction. Yeah, man,
He's using it like an American Express card.
Hey, swipe Mexicans, swipe Hells Angels, swipe Crips, swipe Bloods, like swipe MS-13, swipe. Like, what the fuck is this? What's wrong with this motherfucker? Like, do you think that's gonna have a happy ending?
Nah,
you know, you can have a bad financial year,
Yeah.
and you keep trying to play Russian roulette with all these different type of games. I'm like, what's wrong with this dude?
Like what happened to just being cool in any hood you go to? There's those situations. Sometimes I go to different hoods, and they, some folks knew me like, you good. I didn't go in there like, I'm out here. I'm in zone 1. I'm in zone 3 now. Yeah. I'm in zone 1. I'm moving to zone 6. I rep up. No, I'm cool wherever I go. I'm not in anybody's space. I'm just out here to buy a couple things, move around, and that's it.
Yeah, it's almost like he's trying to treat gang and mafia culture like Pokemon.
You mean a commodity?
Gotta catch them all.
Right? That's what he's doing. So, it is a huge misunderstanding. That is literally like me going out to London, South London, right? And me trying to, push all the knifing ass niggas around, And, some people's like, yo, what is he from? Where's the bloke from? Right? That's what they would be saying to me. What's up with him? Right? And that's what you see what's going on right now. And the industry is encouraging it. Folks, let's not stand on ceremony like Bane. Folks, they are encouraging this. The artistic dynamic of this situation, particularly, is for the most part over. It is actually, I told Sin, I felt Drake lost with Kendrick's verse on Like That. Drake has never spit a better verse than Kendrick Lamar's verse on Like That. So for me, out the gate, it's over, nigga.
And 89 million views. Imagine if those guys did a video.
Yeah, it's over. So when he did all of the push-ups, which is a very worse version of Duppy, it's a horrible version of Duppy, right?
Makes me think if Rose wrote Duppy.
When you see me, the chicky. Okay.
Can you do that again?
When you see me, the chicky.
Can you say in Rick Ross' voice, Wingstop?
Wingstop. So, again, we're forecasting right now. You guys, as we stated, you'll come to see in time. It's nothing about arrogance here. A lot of times, just look, the person got on red shorts, people got on blue shorts. They are already playing in that dynamic by them playing with Nipsey Hussle's energy online. And we're talking about the OVO supporters on Twitter. We're talking about the main 4 ones that keep posting. They all upload at the same time. If you ever watched it, they all upload at the same time. They're already on there, playing in the face. Of course, he don't care because he got other real shit to deal with. But they over there with the Black Sam and Crenshaw and, and they already tried to create something with California, particularly Los Angeles. And we talked about when Drake was running out of American gang culture real estate by way of it.
Shit always does this. Here's no update. I need to get a new fire stick. It's just fucking old. Alright, I'm gonna holler at y'all in a couple.